and gentlemen, we are live. Madden 26 postseason here in the ECAC. My name is Sandwich. We got BradSnappa hot off the presses from the Madden play-ins, battling his way to a playoff berth up against Bruton Parker. BradSnappa, the underdog, looking to overcome a much lower seeding, the 44th versus the 21st seed tonight, to move on to round 2. BradSnappa needs to get through the Bruton Parker Christian University Bruins, or Barons, excuse me. The kick is away and brought down. It's a no leak stream. Looks like we had some issue with the home and away stadium, resulting in needing to remake. Got to play on that neutral field, so we will be right back as we quickly change the venue for tonight's action. Don't go away. Brief intermission, but we are back just as soon as we left. My name is Sandwich. Best of 3 on your screens tonight. BradSnappa coming off the tough loss he faced yesterday in the College Football 26 playoffs, but again battling through the play-in gauntlet to secure one of the final remaining seeds here in the Madden 26 postseason. This is a no leaks operation. We should be back briefly as both players look to make adjustments before taking the first standard snap of play. BradSnappa operating that Kansas City Chiefs squad. Bruton Parker operating that Buffalo Bills squad. Have other post-university Eagles battling through the crucible of the second season as well. Adonis, Zek, and MunDayne already with a bye into round 2, so we'll be catching his match at 10 p.m. no matter what. We'll get updates on Adonis and Zek as they fight through their round 1 matchups occurring off stream. Maybe able to catch them in future weeks of the postseason if they can make it out of their top 24 or top 16 matchups respectively. Of course, you got to play who's in front of you. So BradSnappa got to get through Bruton Parker here. Move on to his second round opponent. We will have the full bracket on screen when we have a moment. BradSnappa going to take the field for this opening snap of offensive play here. Going to do damage on the ground. Already got the first down. Safety and corner going to link up to bring down the back. Out of the backfield there. Going to go to the bracket screen here, ladies and gentlemen. Direct your attention to that middle left side of your screen. Again, BradSnappa up against BPC Blue. Adonis above him up against Bethany College. Zek below him against Concord Esports. The winner of that matchup could be potential fratricide or revenge against Concord Esports. Deja vu from yesterday where we had BradSnappa go up against a Concord Esports player. But one of them will be moving on to MunDayne's match at 10 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, as both players are still getting the gist of their pre-snap adjustments, we return to the field of play here following that successful run. Open up game one in this one. Returning to the ground game, only good for a yard that time. Let's see that run game keep you ahead of the sticks. Couldn't do so on first down. Gonna get back on pace here on second. Line not quite able to create the lane you wanted there. Only another yard gained. Now 3rd and 8 for BradSnappa here. 3rd and medium early on here in game one. Dropping back to pass. Deep drop back, and the lineman, the edge rush is there to bring down the quarterback. 4th and 26 now for Post University. That is going to force out the punting unit here early on in game one. A quick 3 and out for BPC. The Barons getting the stop early on in game one. One in the backfield for BPC, looking to turn that corner from the line of scrimmage. Going to cut it back inside, get out to the left sideline. No one going to be able to catch Cook in a foot race towards the middle of the field into the end zone. Touchdown. Bruton Parker, the Barons, getting the opening score on the opening snap here in the first quarter. The hot start for the Barons as the PAT is up, and it is good. A quick response following that short punt return. Post University short memory there following the special teams. Following the 3 and out, already getting the football back just about a minute later. As BradSnappa takes the field, the second possession on offense here. Dropping back to pass, rolling to his right. Got to find the open man, narrow window into double coverage, and it's picked off. Brought down at the 33-yard line. Multiple defenders converging on that right side of the field. Difficult window to fit the football through. BPC able to take advantage. Bruton Parker, the football back once more. Another run to open their offense up. Good for a 9-yard gain. Look like True Clock may already be coming out for this Bruton Parker squad. Run on second down. No, it's play action. Josh Allen rolling to his right. Able to make the reception as the window closes shut for the touchdown. Multiple members of the secondary just a couple steps late. And Bruton Parker able to take advantage, double up their lead here to go to 14-0 midway through the first. BradSnappa fighting through that play-in to get to this playoff berth at 4-3. Bruton Parker tonight, the 21st seed with a 5-2 record, narrowly avoiding the play-in shenanigans. To battle it out here in the second season, the postseason in the ECAC. So 2 quick drives for Bruton Parker. BradSnappa once again taking the field. Gotta have a short memory here. Pressure could already be mounting to shrink the playbook and start responding in a hurry. Dropping back to pass, hit before he can find his receiver on the left sideline, incomplete. Gotta continue to play your game. Don't want to feel pressure to shrink the playbook and respond to this frenetic start from Bruton Parker. The first tackle going to go nowhere, but it's enough to force Post University out of bounds at the 46. Snap to the running back, jumped right through. Gap in the defense before Post University can get through the lane that they had with the football there. Certainly a chance for a big run, shut right at the front door. A loss of yards. 2nd and 11 now for Post University. Ball is caught short of the marker. It'll be 3rd and short for Post University. Now 3 yards short of the first down. Wealth of short routes to attack here for Post University on 3rd and short. Rolling out to his right, looking to cut back inside. Quarterback scramble, gain of 2. That'll be 4th and 1. Far and away from a field goal at their own 45. Looks like we're already operating a 4-down offense. Post University looking to stay out on the field here on 4th down. Just 1 yard between Post University and keeping this drive alive. On 4th down, nowhere to go. Shut down at the line of scrimmage, and it's a turnover on downs. So far, it's Bruton Parker, a two-way force, defensive stops. Now Shirley looking to keep that momentum going on offense, trying to curl to the outside, diving tackle, and bring down Cook the 3rd, just short of the marker. Would have been the last man standing there with the blockers Bruton Parker had on that left side of the field. Bruton Parker could take us to the end of the first quarter here in this one. Going to do just that. The end of the first quarter, a play 14-0. Your score, Bruton Parker off to a hot start here in this one. 2 short drives, multiple defensive stops here in the first quarter. They are ready for the second season. Of course, it's a long night 1 because you got to play 2 rounds, 2 best of 3s. But both players in it for the long haul here early on in this one. Short gain. Going to bring about 3rd and short for Bruton Parker here. Snap to the running back. Good read by BradSnappa, able to get in the airspace, and it's going to be 4th and inches. Talked about his heavy-handedness in the secondary, not afraid to bring these free safeties, his middle linebackers closer to the line of scrimmage when he sniffs that run out. Calls his shot here and brings about potential stop on 4th down. Going to be a power formation for Bruton Parker here. Multiple running backs, multiple tight ends to try to power through the remaining down and distance. Gonna pitch it to Davis, bounce it to the outside. Dive on the ground, possession play there. Not looking to go all the way to the touchdown. Might already be looking to sap time off the game clock early on in this one. Shoe clock is on. Bruton Parker College already trying to keep heads up. Able to break past the second level. No one left to touch that man. Wide open, unscathed into the end zone for the touchdown. It's Cooks that time. And Bruton Parker, a hot knife through butter now on this opposing Post University defense. BradSnappa nearly had him. 4th and inches. Earlier on in this drive, but BPC able to prevail and open up the 21-0 lead. Post University going to be receiving the ball here. Going to get the opening score here in game 1. Bounce to the left sideline, cut it back inside. Crushed at the 23. Loaded backfield for Post University at 1st and 10. And it comes up empty. Loss of 1. They're on 1st down. Tough break for BradSnappa. I mean, you come out in that power formation to at least try to force the advantage there. Someone's still able to get past the line of scrimmage at the running back in the backfield. It's again dropping back to pass. Line of scrimmage collapsing pretty rapidly. Going to force a huge drop back. The comeback route from Worthy not going to be enough, and it's incomplete. Be worried when you're dropping back like that. Luckily, it was only one lineman running at the quarterback. No worries. Oh, a safety as BradSnappa had to drop as far back as the end zone there on 2nd down. Now 3rd and 11. Rolling out once more. Throwing cross body to Pacheco, the running back. 6-yard gain. BradSnappa, we mentioned it, feeling that pressure. Already a 4-down offense midway through the 2nd quarter. Trying to bounce it out, throwing cross body while running backwards. Going to be short of the accuracy they needed. Looked like it had the power. Threw it behind his receiver, and it's incomplete. A turnover on downs. And Bruton Parker with tremendous starting field goal position. Already in field goal range here at the 29-yard line with about 2 minutes left to play in this one. Bruton Parker could take us to the 2-minute warning here on 1st down. Rolling to his right. Had the check down. It's incomplete, out of bounds, and that will bring about the 2-minute warning. Now 3 timeouts for both squads separate us in halftime. So again, you see Connor already at the line of scrimmage. That's home cooking from BradSnappa, smelling that run game. And force just a 1-yard gain. They're on 2nd down. Shoot clock on for Bruton Parker. Just about a minute and 15 here as they snap the football on 3rd and 9. Play action rolling to his right. It's Kincaid, the big fella. The tight end for that Bruton Parker squad. Able to bring it down and move the chains. Reset down in distance for Bruton Parker. Continuing to be a hot knife through butter on this BradSnappa Kansas City Chiefs defense. And I'm trying to get right at the line of scrimmage. Saw BradSnappa there, made it through the line of scrimmage with that jump, bringing the safety down, extra man, uncovered. UPC able to dodge it, cut it back inside. Still only a 1-yard gain that time on 1st. Now quarterback keeper, 1 man to beat, gonna cut it back inside. Hesitation move. Gonna use the speed advantage, couldn't quite turn the corner. It'll be short of the marker, 3rd and 5 now for Bruton Parker Post University. And unifying signs of life here on defense. Loaded backfield once more for Bruton Parker College. Running backs, multiple tight ends, power set here. Got to power the 5 yards they need, and they're short. Just a gain of 2 that time on 3rd. Offense for Bruton Parker still likes what they see. Offense going to stay out on the field. Identical formation here on 4th down. Spot somebody out of position. The timeout means the game clock isn't rolling. Looking to bounce it to the outside. Use that speed advantage. The diving tackle. Going to need a 2nd one to bring down the running back there, but not before they reset down in distance. It's a 1st down for Bruton Parker, operating 1st and goal from the 2. They'll be looking to score with 000s on the game clock. The world will be their oyster. All 3 of their timeouts with about 30 seconds left to play here. University going to need to play. Game clock not going to be on their side here. They're back out of the backfield. Waltz is in, untouched for the touchdown. This game at the line of scrimmage has been a difference maker. Had no problem getting past the line of scrimmage, and of course at the 2-yard line, don't need that much more. The kick is up, and it is good. Bruton Parker feeling themselves early on in game one. It's a best of 3. Anything's possible. We've seen just how different game 1s and game 2s can be in these best of 3 scenarios. Got to pick different teams. Usually we see much lower scoring affairs. Folks go into their backup options. Opposing defenses who are going to know your tendencies just a little bit more. But so far, Bruton Parker up humongous late in the first half here. 12 seconds remaining in the second quarter. No timeouts for Post University as they look to put some last second points on the board here. Escape into halftime. Of course, coming out in a prevent look is Bruton Parker. Not going to make it easy for Post University to get a reception and get out of bounds. Pacheco looking to turn the corner. Will be forced out of bounds. BPC stopped the clock with 7 seconds remaining. Certainly still a chance, but once again, Bruton Parker coming out in this prevent look. Not going to be easy for Post University. Break to the out route for Worthy. 3 more seconds, couple more yards of offense. Still only at their own 42. It'll be hard to find a chunk play with 3 safeties back there. Drop back to defend these deep routes. A good old-fashioned Hail Mary ahead of us here. The last play of this first half. The ball is hauled up, batted down, incomplete. And Bruton Parker a shutout here in the first half. A 28-point lead for the Barons, looking strong in game 1. And they're going to start with the football here to open up the second half. Kick is up, and Post University is going to have to continue to find wins. They've had moments on the defensive side of the football, multiple forcings of 4th down. Bruton Parker have yet to stare this massive lead in the face and maybe play a bit more conservative. The punting unit has yet to come out for Bruton Parker, even though they've had stared into the face of multiple 4th downs. This time in the first, it'll be good for a 3-yard gain. Post University have had moments on defense, have yet to put together an entire 4 snaps of defense. No turnovers on downs yet for Post University. No takeaways on the defensive side of the football. And this time another run on 2nd down, just a 1-yard gain for Bruton Parker. It's like shoot clock already online for this Bruton Parker squad. It's been on since about midway through the first quarter, if I recall correctly. Play action going to go nowhere, incomplete, and now 4th and 6, and that's what we mentioned. EPC have yet to stare at these 4-down conversions with anything but determination and grit here. Once again, looking to power through. 6 yards needed for the first down. They come up empty. There's the 4 downs of defensive football Post University we're looking for now. 1st and 10 from the 24. Tremendous head start for Post University, looking to put points, their first points of game 1 on the board. Already operating here in red zone territory, the reduced field for Post University. 24 yards between them and the end zone. It looks like we've got a long ball play still, though. 50-50 ball, and Bruton Parker able to come away with it. You throw the jump ball. Bruton Parker have the defender with the inside leverage, and they're able to come away with the jump ball just as quick as the turnover on downs. Bruton Parker able to take it right back. Bruton Parker back like they never left. 1st and 10 from the 13. Abadi's at the line of scrimmage, just a 2-yard gain for Bruton Parker that time, who dodged a bullet, gave up tremendous field goal position to BradSnappa there, but come up empty. Defense continuing to pitch a shutout for the Bruton Parker Barons. Bounce it to the outside, had some blockers, Not going to be enough for the first. 3rd and 7 now for BPC. Going to bring us to under 2 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter. Play action pass, and it's Cooks with a gap in the secondary, wide open, brought down at the 44. Attacks that gap in the zone defense. A bit of reset down in distance for Bruton Parker now. Play action once more, dropping back to pass. Post University, fool me once, shame on you. Post University not going to be fooled twice. They go back to the drawing board with the exact same play. Post University able to burn them for their first takeaway of the contest. Now starting with the ball at their own 45. Back to pass, out comes the mesh look. Hit as he makes the catch, and it's incomplete. 2nd and 10 now for Post University. Play fake for Post University. Hit runs right into the defender mid-throw, and it's off target and incomplete. Now 3rd and 10. Dropping back to pass. Multiple defenders already at the line of scrimmage. Kelsey able to haul it in. The rollout able to buy the extra seconds Post University needed to move the chains. That time on 3rd could have been bad. Instead, Post University going to keep this drive alive. Dropping back to pass once more. BradSnappa worthy. Overthrown, neither defender nor free safety able to make a play on the football there as it falls incomplete. Post dropping back to pass. And the screen pass here didn't quite set up the numbers on the left side of the field. Screen pass left a little bit to be desired. The lineman couldn't quite get out to that next level, start blocking for their running back. Just a 3-yard gain that time. And back to pass once more. Going to turn the corner is Worthy, past the first down marker and out of bounds at the 22. Check out of the backfield. Stay on schedule, stay on pace. 2nd and 7 now. Or Post University can take us to the end of the quarter. They're going to do just that here. Final quarter of play. BradSnappa, again, 0-0 in the 3rd quarter. A couple of key defensive stops. Now looking to see the offense rise to the occasion late in this one. It's a best of 3 series, so you cannot hang your hat on one loss. You got to continue moving. Got to have at least that offensive mental momentum ready going your way in Game 3 that you can score this football against this Bruton Parker squad right now, pitching a complete shutout of the Post University offense. Post operating in the hurry-up late in this one. Play fake, drop back to pass, hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. Only been about 1 sack taken for Post University, but it's felt like there's been 1 defender past the line of scrimmage just about every time BradSnappa's tried to drop back. So difficult to operate that kind of offense. No breathing room. Forced to his right and out of bounds there on 2nd down now. 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. One in the backfield here on 3rd down. The big fella Kelsey not able to power through the 2nd level. It's 4th and goal from the 3. Post University so close. You don't get any points for close here unless you kick a field goal. But BradSnappa not going to do any of that. The offense going to stay out on the field on 4th down. Drop back to pass once more. Some breathing room to operate here for Post University. Rolling to his left, trying to find the opening. EPC able to shut that door with a pick could be going all of the way. Don't even have a Kansas City Chief in frame. Hollywood Brown finally able to make it into frame. Race out there to the right side to bring down the defensive back. And Bruin Parker going to get a jump start on their offense out at the 19, continuing to pitch a shutout here in game 1 of the postseason. It's like Rice wasn't ready to make a play on the football. He might have been open, but multiple defenders even before 45, who was eventually making a play on the football. University going to have a short memory en route to game 2 of this best of 3. Defense that has certainly had its moments in this one, but this time able to part the Red Sea. The secondary goes wide, stretches out, let's cover the whole length of the field. Bruin Parker able to run right up the middle for the first down. And Bruin Parker operating with that true clock. Just not enough field to really take too much more time off the game clock here at the 9-yard line. Hopping back, the running back looking to power through. The first 6-yard gainer on first. Strong goal line formation, 2 running back, 3 tight end. Parker likes to run from this formation. We've seen him drop back to pass, however, as well, so you can't hang your hat on one direction or the other with this BPC squad, excuse me. It's time to run on third. Bounces off multiple defenders for finally being brought down at the 1-yard line. Loaded backfield for Bruin Parker as we approach the 2-minute warning. Again, Bruin Parker probably looking to chew all the time off the game clock. Just not really enough field for any time management shenanigans. Third down goes nowhere. The QB sneak short of the end zone now for Bruin Parker. Out comes the first timeout for Post University. Bruin Parker's third 4th down conversion of the contest. They're going to bounce it to the left sideline. The diving tackle, too little, too late. Another touchdown for Bruin Parker. On fire here in game 1 of the postseason. It's two-way prowess, multiple gutsy 4-down conversions. The diving tackle, the last man standing. Not going to be enough to bring down that man, the running back Cook. They use that speed advantage, bounce it to the outside for the score. 34-0, now going to be 35 after the PAT. BradSnappa still looking for any sign of momentum. Bruin Parker going to be forced to swap teams there in game 2 following the win. BradSnappa might be asking the question if it's worth to go to an early swap on his secondary or just charge to the game, keep sticking with that Kansas City Chiefs first pick team. It'll be dealer's choice on whether or not he swaps in game 2. Special teams brought down just short of touchback distance at the 24. An offense that has struggled to get any sort of momentum. Looking to sneak out of game 1 with at least some points on the board. Start feeling good about your chances in game 2. Looking back to pass. Tight end Gray able to haul it in, just a 4-yard conversion. Loaded box for Bruin Parker, but BradSnappa able to power through it, get past the line of scrimmage. No one's left standing. BradSnappa able to bounce it to the left sideline. to the 10, to the 5, touchdown, Post University. BradSnappa able to put the shutout to bed late in the fourth quarter. Only problem with stacking the box, what do you do if the offense is able to get past it? You've got no help at the second level. And BradSnappa able to take it to the house. BAT is up and it's a fake. Bruton Parker all over it. 6 points on the board for Post University there. Onside kick coming up now for Post University. Ball is knocked down. The first man can't get it. The second one will. Maybe just about a first down away from GG's on game 1. Or BradSnappa here up against Bruton Parker, the Barons. Looking to put this one away and move on to game 2 of this best of 3. First down, 1 yard gain. Second, Post University's 3 timeouts is called there. Once again, loaded backfield play for Bruton Parker. That time, and their damage on the run. Gaining a couple yards. And Bruton Parker going to need at least 1 first down to take us to victory formation here. BradSnappa may have another chance at the football. Bruton Parker looking to bounce to the outside, but they're short of the marker. 4th and 3 has yet to scare them off. Surely going to be another 4-down offensive sequence for Bruton Parker. Operating out of the gun, play action. Short of his receiver there. It's going to be knocked down, incomplete. It's a turnover on downs way late here. 36 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. They find a gap at the line of scrimmage, the second level. Able to put out the fire before it got too hot. Post University out at the 48-yard line. We run to Pacheco. This one stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Just a 2-yard gain. And hurry up offense for Post University. Not exactly have a choice in the matter with only 10 seconds left in this one. Looking to power past. Just 1 yard short of the marker. Looks like going to be the final play for Post University late in game 1. Going to spike it for one more chance at glory here with the Hail Mary. Timeout is called by Bruton Parker. Came out in a standard defense. Out comes the prevent defense you want to run here at Hail Mary o'clock. So they're going to have all the time in the world here. Line of scrimmage is beginning to collapse. The ball is aired out. It is a party on that right side of the field. Ball is batted down and incomplete. So Bruton Parker able to take early control of this series 1-0 here in the best of 3. BradSnappa with an opportunity to even us up at 1 game apiece. Keep his postseason hopes alive. When we return, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back to game 2 in this one. in the saddle here. Game 2. The best of 3 comeback road starts now for Post University and BradSnappa here, as we do have to flip the scoreboard. Excuse me, Bruton Parker moving on to that Baltimore Ravens squad. And it does seem that Post University like what they saw in game 1 from their Kansas City Chiefs. So we will go to the brief no spoilers stream. No leaks of the operation stream. But again, Bruton Parker moving on to another run heavy attack. Top teams in this game a bit more top heavy than in college football 26, which we do on Wednesdays. Madden 26 top teams a little bit more solidified. We do have some players who like to operate with some quirky squads. Washington Commanders is the big one that comes to mind here in terms of off-ball picks. Adonis has liked to operate it. MunDayne, who will be catching later, has operated that squad as well. A lot of Baltimore, a lot of Kansas City, a lot of Buffalo, a lot of Philadelphia. I do like Post University. I do like BradSnappa starting off on the defensive side of the football here. It's a side he's then has played to great effect throughout the regular season. And again, the stronger moments he had in game 1 were from that defense, able to get 4 down stops, able to pick the football out of the air there. We're going to get an early win. BradSnappa sniffing out the run game, but it's play action. That's going to leave a slightly larger than normal window for that man. Lamar Jackson, not somebody you want to give a head of steam and open space. Going to curve right into the defense, but not before getting all the way to the 20-yard line. Talked about BradSnappa when he sniffs that run play. He's going to bring the free safety all the way into the box. He did just that, but it was play action. Weaker secondary, and BPC able to take advantage. This time Henry bouncing to the left sideline. Post University all over that one. It's a loss of 4. One in the backfield for Bruton Parker here. Play action once more. Quickly to Andrews. Hit as he makes the catch, and it's incomplete. 3rd and long for Bruton Parker. And this is an offense that has not been afraid to operate in 4-down territory. Do not hang your hat if you get a stop here. Forcing the rollout. Dove at the ball. Maybe a little too early. Couldn't stick to his man. Mano-a-mano. But Bruton Parker going right at the user defender and burning him for the touchdown. PAT is up. Just narrowly makes it through the upright. And BradSnappa had his moment there, called his shot, was in the perfect position. Had the right defender usered the entire way, just unable to make a play on the football. As Bruton Parker gets scoring started. There's Baltimore Ravens squad. They're going to bounce it to the left sideline. Nobody really at the second level. Going to cut it back to the inside. There comes the cavalry, bringing them down at the 41, the opponent's 41-yard line. A nice return from special teams to open up BradSnappa's offense here. Nice head start for Post University here on 1st down. Go through the line of scrimmage. Not quite past the 1st down marker. 2nd and short now for Post University. Let's say no leak stream, but doesn't look like BradSnappa is the one pausing for some sort of adjustment. Wonder what BPC is doing behind the hood schematically. Try to stop this power run game Post University are operating with early on here in game 2. Again, BradSnappa fighting for his postseason life. It's a short best of 3 series. He wants to move on into our late night, our 10 p.m. start time. And in 26 playoffs, 2 rounds today, 2 rounds next week, and then grands in 3rd place the week after. So a lot of postseason Madden 26 to be played. BradSnappa looking to bounce it to the outside, just defenders continuing. endless pile of defenders. Bounced off the first two. It's the third that finally brings BradSnappa down short of the marker. Still 3rd and 2 now for Post University. Into the back, out of the backfield, the line of scrimmage. Not able to get past the trenches there. 4th down for Post University. Wonder how they're going to respond. Long field goal if they take it here. Certainly makeable. But Bruton Parker has not shied away from a 4-down offense. Looks like Post University going to do the same here. Our formation here. Wealth of tight ends and running backs for Post University. Just need to get 2 yards to keep this drive alive. Hopping back to pass into play action, but a window for Patrick Mahomes to roll through. Nobody at the second level, unscathed, untouched for the touchdown. It is all tied up here in game 2. Like a lot of the secondary bunched on that right sideline. Everybody following or going all in at the run game. The play action committing way too many defenders. Saw Bruton Parker take advantage of that on their drive with Lamar Jackson. Post University doing the same on the QB keeper for the opening touchdown. Trying to bounce it to the middle and be brought down for 25. Run in the backfield for Bruton Parker here on 1st and 10 from the 25. The keeper on 1st down, right in the breadbasket. Only Flowers can get it. As he's brought down out of bounds up to the 43. No, brought down inbounds, excuse me. Clock still ticking for Bruton Parker on this drive. Now, confidence from Bruton Parker. They already have 2 clock on and they're tied 7-7. Going to look to take us to the end of the 1st quarter here. Bruton Parker not quite phased by that opening score. We're all tied up at 7 apiece. Bruton Parker continuing to deflate the timer here. It's 2 clock on for them despite the tie score. Wonder if that was intentional or not, because we've seen some players not quite catch that they still have it on. Maybe turn it off later through the drive, especially if it goes poorly. And it does look like that's happening here for Bruton Parker as they're operating in the hurry up, so no chance for 2 clock to come out that time on 2nd down. The ball out to Likely, brought down out of bounds for real that time. Clock stops at 4:43. And no, excuse me, once again brought down just enough inbounds to keep this game clock rolling. 2 clock is indeed still on for this Bruton Parker squad, running into a brick wall on 1st and 10. TFL, it's a loss of 4. Certainly a win on defense for Post University. Another one of these moments you want to see them stringing together on defense. To pass, Flowers catching it in the shadow of the 1st down. Just a 3-yard gain. 3rd and long still for Bruton Parker. And back to pass, Walker shut down short of the 1st. 4th and 1 now. For Post University, cannot hang their hat on this. This is not a team that's going to come out in the field goal unit, and indeed Lamar Jackson and company going to stay out on the field for 4th and very short here. Play action, no, it's a keeper. I think that was the fullback running there, Ricard. That big fella powering through just enough for the 1st down, not quite further beyond that. 1st and 10 from the 30 now for Bruton Parker. Could take us to the 2-minute warning after this 1st down. Instead, going to operate in the hurry up. Liked what they saw on defense. Want to get a little bit more out of it before we hit the 2-minute warning. Never mind. Gonna bring us to the 2-minute warning the old-fashioned way. No true clock shenanigans. Just staring down your opponents at the line of scrimmage. Out comes the 2-minute warning. 3 timeouts apiece for both squads as we approach halftime. Rolling out to his right, one-on-one. Dangerous matchup. Now the second level has to make an impact on the play. Gonna force this slide out of Boone Parker, but not before getting all the way to the 6-yard line. So you put out the fire, but it burns through quite a bit of the field you had left standing here. First and goal from the 6. Once again, the big fella looking to roll through up to the 5 now on first down. Outside to Mitchell, and just the speed advantage. Nobody on the edge to bring that man down. A touchdown for Boone Parker as we approach halftime. Still all 3 timeouts for both squads, so a deceptive amount of time here. This 36 seconds can go a long way, long enough for Post University to get a touchdown to tie us up in this one, especially if they get another tremendous kickoff return like they did their last trip on special teams. Was able to flip the field after getting the ball at their own 10-yard line. They're going to repeat more of that magic here, bouncing it to the left sideline. Got a couple of blockers to work with, going to cut it back inside, and their offense, another jump start, going to get started at their opponent's 49. Another head start, going to skip the first half of the field for Post University. About 30 seconds between them and halftime here. Run on 1st and 10, rushing into multiple defenders. Still a 2-yard gain. This moon ball to Kelsey, going to be hit as he makes the reception incomplete. Multiple defenders in the airspace. We saw yesterday, got to be wary when that ball gets knocked into the air like that. Thankfully not picked off with the multiple defenders in the airspace. Got to watch out for Y and X here. Where's that one defender going to commit to? Neither player really going to find an opening. It's going to force the incompletion. Zone defense able to buy just enough time to put hands on the quarterback. Post University looks like they're going to eschew, just going past the marker, going boom or bust here on 4th down. Laying out multiple defenders. Post University running out of time. The ball is airborne. Knocked into multiple players' hands, but bobbled, hits the ground incomplete, and that is halftime. Ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned it in game 1. Those game 2s struggle to be as high scoring of an affair. Boone Parker still with the advantage, a narrower 1-score lead as we start the 3rd quarter. And of course, Post University starting with that football to open the 2nd half with a chance to get us all tied up in this one. Not able to turn the corner like we could on our last 2 trips. On special teams, shoved down at the 27. Dropping back to pass, rolling out to his right, looking to turn that corner. Hit as he makes the throw. Batted down, incomplete. RPO. It's like the line of scrimmage was ready for the pass play. Back gets batted down, an incomplete 3rd down now for Post University. Again, got to spot Y and X here. That transfer as one receiver approaches the 2nd level. Double coverage over the middle of the field. Batted down and incomplete. Coastal University going to need to operate that 4-down offense to keep their offense out on the field. And Bruton Parker continuing to have this offensive and defensive alchemy. We've seen them pause multiple times, coaching adjustment, substitution, looking to adjust their defense behind the scenes, although you can do a lot of it as well from the play selection screen. Bruton Parker not leaving any stone unturned as they approach what could be a crucial 4th down, a momentum sealer for either team, really. And never mind, Post University going to wave the white flag. Out comes the punting unit on 4th and 10. And haven't seen the punting unit come out too much. Every single time it has been for Post University. Bruton Parker has been earless. Nice little coffin corner at the 5-yard line and out of bounds. Gonna pin this Bruton Parker squad deep into their own territory, the shadow of their own end zone, looking to break out. Not gonna do very much of that. Not exactly prison break there at the 5-yard line. Just a gain of 1 now on 2nd down. This time right up the gut. 3rd and 5. Might be just enough breathing room to drop back to pass here. Still a loaded backfield for this Bruton Parker squad on 3rd. Bounce it to the outside. The diving tackle not going to be enough. The second one going to bring down the back out of the backfield. 4th down now for Bruton Parker. This might be the punting unit. No, once again, playing with fire. It'll be room service for Post University. Their offense will start at the 12-yard line on the other side of a 4-down stop. Mitchell once again looking to bounce to the outside, but they have the numbers, the blockers to work with. And it's going to charge Mitchell out of his own backfield towards the end zone. Nobody in this Post University squad is catching that man untouched into the end zone for the touchdown. And Bruton Parker opening up a multi-possession lead now. Gutsy play call. And from room service for potential room service for Post University, now they stare down a multi-possession deficit. Kick is up and good, and now Post University, already the highest scoring postseason game. They were scoreless in game 1. Gonna have to continue to soar into uncharted territory here. Looking at bounce, put it back inside. Just a wealth of defenders regardless. Brought down at the 37. Loaded backfield for Post University, just trying to get the blockers to turn that corner. One-on-one. Bruton Parker able to make the play. One-on-one, user on user. Straight up like that. One of the harder plays we've seen defenders make in Madden 26, in college football 26. The players are sneaky slippery, deceptively slippery, deceptively hard to bring down. The 2 big tackles in open space now for Bruton Parker. Now 2nd and long for Post University. Looks like an illegal contact somewhere on the field, so should be a free play for Post University. Ball is batted down and incomplete. We'll see what the call is. Yes, sir, illegal contact. Usually going to occur when the users, almost like offensive and defensive pass interference, but generally only called when the users are getting in the way of the CPUs. Much rarer call. This is going to give some breathing room for Post University. Now 2nd and 3 at the opposing 44. Should be open here. Able to spot Rice. Hit as he makes the reception, so it's incomplete. That's the problem when you come out with all those curl routes and you spot the wrong guy open a little too late. Got a narrow window to really take advantage of that curl route. Tremendous drop back, one-on-one in the end zone. Hit as he makes the catch, incomplete in the end zone. Would have made it a one-score game. Instead, we have 4th down. Let's see call from BradSnappa to spot the one-on-one matchup, the island, in that right corner of the end zone. And now looking to fight to keep this drive alive. The possession catch on the curl route going to do just that. Once again, BradSnappa just looking to nickel and dime his way upfield. Second possession catch, second set of curl routes. All knocked out of Worthy's hands there and incomplete. Far from a chunk play call from Post University, but they're able to reset down and distance all the same. Once again, hit on the curl route. This one's hauled in, 2nd and 5 now for Post University. Problem with the curl routes, you don't hit them early, no one is going to be open. So 3rd and 3 now, following the QB keeper. BradSnappa continuing to matriculate upfield with this quirky offensive centerpiece, just repeated curl routes upfield. Again, the only issue with this curl route concept, nobody's covered. It could spell trouble in a hurry. That time, quarterback sacked. It's now 2nd and goal from the 21. And a bait and switch, but somebody on a deeper route. Going to go back to the well on the curl route, come up incomplete. BradSnappa going to have no choice but to adjust the play concept here. Not going to be able to nickel and dime his way to another 1st down, 21 yards. Is the call here. BradSnappa wants to put points on the board. Worthy looking to cut upfield. Cornerback able to get back in the picture to bring down the open man at the 12-yard line. More special teams for Post University. Out comes the field goal unit. The kick is up and good. 21-10 now. Parker's still very much in the driver's seat, especially with how they like to operate this chew clock offense. But Post University still able to put points on the board on that drive. Parker will get started at their own 20 following the touchback. Dropping back to throw. One player, mano-y-mano. Over the top, this time right in the breadbasket. Only his man, Bateman, could haul it in, flipping the field in one play here from his own 20 to his opponent's 36. It's again eventful backfield for Bruton Parker. Looking to curl upfield. Sure looks like they're trying to take us through the 4th quarter as quickly as possible. Had a chance for a 1st down. They're going to keep it themselves underneath the marker for 2nd and 2, and they'll be able to take us to the final quarter of play here. This time the name of the game for Bruton Parker has just been consistency. Did not have the same scoring explosion we saw in the first half of game 1. They've continued to pile on points, continue to pile on the pressure slowly but surely. Turn up the dial on that old thermostat. Turn up the heat here as we approach the final quarter of play. Now 3rd and 1 for Bruton Parker, content to reset down in distance as slowly as possible. QB sneak gonna get shut down at the door. Just 4th and 1 now for Bruton Parker. No secret where this football's going. You do see BradSnappa not gonna go all out on the run game. He knows they're capable of passing out of this concept as well. This time they are going to be bouncing it to the outside. Diving tackle number 1. Number 2 not going to be good. The 3rd defender going to bring him down short of the 1st, and it's a turnover on downs. Parker maybe getting a little too cute with the offense and the clock management and cough up the football for it. Somebody open on that right side of the field. It's Hollywood Brown racing down the right sideline. 1 play touchdown for Post University. And this game far from over. Hollywood Brown taking an extra moment to just sit there, take it all in. 1-score game for Post University, looking to go for 2. So that way they only need a field goal to tie it up if they can grab another stop. And what else but this lovely stick concept? Somebody's got to be open. BradSnappa able to diagnose the gap in the defense there. Narrow window. Slots it in all the same. 2-point conversion is good. And now just a field goal separating these 2 squads. Bruton Parker now not able to just waltz downfield carelessly. Need to be a bit more methodical. They could be giving up this lead late in the 4th quarter. 3 timeouts apiece for both teams and the 2-minute warning. This game far from over here in the final quarter of play. And get it to Mitchell, running backwards the wrong direction. Tried to get enough time to turn that corner. Post University shut the door. It's a loss of 5. Bruton Parker still with no problem operating this true clock offense. No fear despite giving up a couple of stops. And now Flowers with a lot of time and space. Going to slow down maybe a little intentionally. And you don't want a case of Bruton Parker where they had it in game 1. Just not enough field to really drain the rest of the game clock out in this one. So they slow down at about midfield. Let the run game continue to work. Bruton Parker really one more play before we hit the 2-minute warning here. Again, bouncing it to the inside, trying to cut it. Back middle hesitation move before running into a wall. It's a loss of 1. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Bruton Parker, if they really want to ice this game, need a touchdown. A field goal will allow Post University to go end zone to end zone to score. I imagine if you're Bruton Parker, you're just looking to keep the lights on long enough to keep this offense out on the field. Not let Post University even get the football back. A nice completion to Bateman, going to jumpstart this offense at 1st and goal. And now it'll be timeout city for Post University. Run on 1st and goal, clobbered, just a 2-yard gain. That'll be the first timeout. Does appear Post University is going to have just enough in terms of timeouts and time left over if they can get a stop here. It's a sack on the quarterback on 2nd down. Send him back to the 15. Out comes the 2nd timeout for Post University. Bruton Parker now 3rd and goal from way back at their own 15 following the sack. No choice but to drop back to pass. The pass is batted down, incomplete. Post University able to keep that last time out in the back pocket. And finally, some signs of conservatism. Waving the white flag. The field goal unit comes out for Bruton Parker. It's a 6-point advantage. Post University with a chance for the go-ahead touchdown. 1 minute and 1 timeout to their name to go the length of the field and get us on to game 3. Post University, Bruton Parker coming down to the wire here. First diving tackle, no good. 2nd defender shoved off. The 3rd one gonna bring down BradSnappa at his own 45. Once again, another jump start for the offense out of special teams. Dropping back to pass. It's Kelsey right underneath the nose of the defense and out of bounds. And Bruin Parker needs it most. Their defense collapsing here. Gashing is Kelsey to get Post University into the red zone. A minute remaining for Post University. Clock is ticking. BradSnappa drop back to pass. That's a dangerous pass off the back foot, and it's picked off. Just as the window opens, Bruin Parker looking to shut it closed. As that'll be a game-winning interception, barring calamity on first down. Only one timeout left remaining for Post University. Dangerous ball by BradSnappa, looking to make a miracle there, but it's rifled into double coverage and intercepted. He's looking to test his luck after the last pass he threw. Gashed his offense upfield. Perhaps bit off more he could chew, more than he could chew that time. As he dropped back to pass. Now we're going to need a miracle on defense to get this football back. Loaded backfield. And the hit stick not going to create a fumble opportunity. And that'll be just about it, folks. 24-18 is going to be your final score, barring any special teams trickeration. It's going to be victory formation o'clock for Bruin Parker here on second down. No timeouts left standing. And 42 seconds. Going to be just enough time. Can't exactly come out in victory formation with 40 seconds on the pre-snap play clock. But this will just about spell GG's for BradSnappa. Rookie season in the ECAC. Gonna get, I believe that's forced out of bounds. So that will stop the play clock. You can pause on BradSnappa's eulogy for just a moment, but again, a special rookie season for BradSnappa. Postseason berths, top 24 finishes in Madden 26 and college football 26. Of course, battling through the crucible of the play-ins to even get this far. Brought down by Bruin Parker in a nail-biter here in Game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:15. You are in chat right now. Get a drink of water and to get a little dessert. We'll have dessert on screen for you at 10 p.m. We'll have round 2 of the ECAC Madden 26 postseason at the top of the hour, or sooner if we can help it. When we return, don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. For a moment, thought we might not have never made it to the game time here. Better late than never. MunDayne. Gonna move on to week 2 of the postseason. Got to get through the other side of this Concord Esports matchup. It's a no leak stream. Not going to be going into the adjustments shenanigans, of course. Commentators curse here. Talked about the strong top 5. Both players coming in. More unorthodox squads with New England and Tampa Bay. Concord Esports hot off of a Game 3 narrow victory against fellow post-University Eagles ECAC, who we haven't been able to see on stream. GG's to him in his top 20, his top 48 finish, excuse me. For his top 24 finish, and we will stick with MunDayne, looking to move on. Part 2 of the postseason next week. 1 best of 3 will do just that. This is not an issue of desktop audio. The MunDayne stream experience is just silently locked in. We're gonna keep the chill lo-fi beats for a nice balanced audio experience. MunDayne usually operating a nice balanced offensive attack, but starting this game on the defensive side of the football, running hands on the quarterback user defender, getting all the way out there, mucking up the handoff, and it's a loss of 4. These members of the secondary into the backfield, rushing the throw here now, and the tight end going to be brought down. Certainly he's well still behind the sticks. Short 4-yard gain going to get us back to 10 yards between Concord Esports and that first down. Because we actually do need to get the scoreboards swapped back here. And hit as the quarterback makes the throw, knocked incomplete. MunDayne getting an open and stop. Or Post University going to force special teams. No 4-down offense is being operated just yet in this one. MunDayne looking to bounce this to the left side of the field. No help in the way of blockers. Going to be user on user action. Going to get brought down at the 39-yard line. Now MunDayne under center. 1 in the backfield for him. Like a tight trips formation, bunch formation to the back, out of the backfield. Double covered. The blocking help got there a little late, but going to be enough to power through. Second and short. MunDayne already ahead of the sticks on this opening drive. Gotta take it 1 possession at a time here on this opening drive. MunDayne already with the possession arrow in his favor, getting that opening defensive stop. He's gonna start with the ball in the 3rd quarter. Want to see him put any sort of points on the board so he can take advantage of imminent possession in the 3rd. Got some time and space, and he's got the big fella Mike Evans, humongous target at that wide receiver position. Gonna gash up field out to the 14-yard line. Lifting the field in one play there through the air. Mike Evans, a tremendous target for MunDayne out there in open space with that tremendous size, the height of a tight end, agility of a wide receiver, tough cover out in the secondary. Now rolling to his right, a chance to do some damage with his legs. Brought down 1 yard short of the first. And then continuing to gash upfield here, approaching 1st and goal. Just 1 yard short of moving the chains. We approach about midway through the 1st quarter. Love the variety we're seeing out of MunDayne in his play calling on this drive. Time under center, forced out of the pocket now, rolling to his right, thrown out of bounds. It's a loss of 1 that time. I feel down wobbling. I do believe injuries are turned off, so we do not have to worry about the shenanigans of throwing in a backup quarterback. Of course, MunDayne gonna have to deal with the setback, 1 yard. Now 3rd and 2 for MunDayne here. 1 in the backfield once again. Tight trips formation. Now audibling out of that, likes what he sees on this left side of the field. RPO play, the screen pass to Egbuka, hauled in for the touchdown. Man advantage on the left side of the field, brought in for the opening score here in game 1. MunDayne gonna strike first on both sides of the ball. The win on defense and the opening score of the contest. The kick is up and the kick is good. And again, MunDayne's been lying in wait. Concord Esports coming off of a long best-of-3 series. Hopefully MunDayne's been trying to have some equivalent sort of warm-up here. Already looking good early on in this game. Of course, still a lot of Madden 26 to be played between these two squads. Quick pass, gonna shove off that first defender. The help arriving just past the first. Concord moving up to the 32-yard line. Then continuing to do damage from that middle linebacker spot. Nobody left open. Oh my goodness. All 3 receivers, the check down out of the backfield locked up as well. It's a sack on the quarterback. 2nd and humongous now for Concord Esports. 24 yards between them and the marker now. And throwing fits at this Concord Esports offense. Damage through the air, brought down short of the first still. Needed 20 of that 2nd and 24. Now 3rd and short. Concord Esports getting back on pace following that completion. Pass brought down as he makes the reception and move the chains. Concord Esports able to keep their head above water following that loss of 14 on the sack. Concord Esports able to put out the fire and keep this offense rolling out to midfield. Hands on the quarterback, the user. I mean, MunDayne stuck in no man's land. Not quite at the quarterback. You saw him put his hands up. Wasn't enough to make an effect on the football. Couldn't bat it down. It's a 4-yard completion for Concord Esports. Wealth of time under center there for Concord, looking for a deep shot on the 50-50 ball. The wide receiver able to haul it in for the touchdown. 1-on-1. MunDayne trying to make a play on the football. We've talked about it all season. You make those plays on the football 1-on-1, you need to be correct, because if not, you're giving up potentially a score. Encroachment, trying to go for the potential PAT block. Goes nowhere. Going to give up some distance on the PAT, which is up and good. All tied up at 7 apiece. I liked, again, we talked about it with our games previously with BradSnappa. Certainly incredibly strong moments. The sack for a loss of 14, the highlight on that defensive possession. Cannot fault MunDayne for going all out on the 50-50 ball. Now has blockers downfield. The help from the side going to bring down the return man at the 41. And you can't fault players for going mano-a-mano, 1-on-1 on an island and trying to go all out for that interception. Just the risk you run when you come up empty with that 1-on-1 matchup. Was going to be an interception or a touchdown with that play there. MunDayne getting back out on the field, all tied up here. They're going to take the lead back for Post University. And who else but Evans on that right side of the field, up to the 40 now for Post University. Tight end, or excuse me, the wide receiver with that tight end height, continuing to be a large target for this offense early on. RPO once more to Egbuka. We had a blocker, couldn't quite get linked up with it. MunDayne understandably upset. He knew what he had there. Had numbers on the left side of the field. Don't think the help was going to get there in time. Instead, we're brought down. We're operating from the 27. It's 1st and 10. That'll bring about the end of the first quarter. MunDayne still continuing to roll. And you see him. He's looking to operate on all cylinders. Operating maybe at a 9 out of 10 now. We see a couple of missed blocks. You saw it on that last play. So maybe not operating picture perfect offense, but already looking really good early on in the first quarter. Getting good looks on the offensive side of the ball. You like that he was able to scheme his players with numbers on the field. That's all you can really ask for in terms of having a shot to win these football games. Having blockers by your side tends to help, or at least getting one-on-one matchups in open space. The tight end going to turn upfield, diving defender. Going to buy some time for the help, bring down the big fella at the 9-yard line. Large 1st and goal ahead for MunDayne here. Wealth of adjustments at the line of scrimmage, motioning the receiver right now. RPO once more, this time to the big fella Evans. That RPO's been a problem. Doesn't look like the user defender sniffed it out quite yet. MunDayne able to burn him once more for the touchdown. Kick is up and it is good. And again, the MunDayne show already with that possession advantage. If he can force them to come up empty, if he can force Concord Esports to come up empty, he can look to open up a multi-possession lead with that imminent possession in the 3rd. Offense for Concord going to start at the 20-yard line. MunDayne's defense going to look to come away with another win here. Had the opening stop and then gave up that touchdown on the 50-50 ball midway through the first quarter. Now audible from Concord Esports. Didn't like that spread look on 1st and 10 here. Tremendous drop back to pass. Looking to buy space for Douglas on the reception. That's one way to give yourself a lane to throw. Just run away from the line of scrimmage. Get yourself some space. Get this offense rolling. 1st down for Concord Esports. Narrowly missed it. A step slow from the middle linebackers, who are not going to be as agile out in that open space. Djibouti going to that left side. Loss of 1. MunDayne all over it. You saw the user, but of course the CPU's having his back there as well. How difficult it is to make those one-on-one tackles usually helps to have a CPU or two in the backfield. Dangerous football into double coverage. Batted down, incomplete. Once again, MunDayne kicking himself. A 9 out of 10 on defense, but was in perfect position, was in good position for an interception. Got to settle for the incompletion. Now 3rd and long for Concord Esports. Play action. Got the mano y mano on the left side. The big fella able to haul it in. Henry still rolling down the left sideline before being brought down out at the 18. You saw the hand signal there. So close yet so far away has been the name of the game on both sides of the ball for MunDayne here midway through the second quarter. Hasn't slowed down his offense just yet, but it does have Concord Esports in nice field position here with about 3:30 left to play in the second quarter. Ball down to Henderson. Numbers are there. Just a 1-yard gain on the stretch to the outside. The run game continues to be bottled up for Concord Esports, doing a lot of eats off the yak, the yards after the catch. paying the bills for Concord Esports on this drive. Looking to do more of that magic here. Henry, the tight end, able to turn the corner for the first and more. He's just about 1 yard past the marker. First and goal from the 6. One in the backfield here for Drake May in this Concord Esports offense. Gonna go to the back on first and goal. No one able to get a hand on that man. Henderson in for the touchdown. Still all tied up here about midway through the second quarter. But that's why the possession, the game clock management is so important. Although both players are going bar for bar right now. Following, MunDayne got that opening stop in the first quarter. If you can find a way to get triple zeros on the game clock, even if it's a go-ahead field goal at the end of halftime or at halftime, and he'll start with that imminent possession in the third as a chance to open up a multi-possession game here. We'll see how MunDayne chooses to operate now on 1st and 10 from the 31. 3 timeouts apiece and the 2-minute warning. A deceptive amount of time here. This 2 minutes and 39 can go a long way for both squads, so they choose, especially if MunDayne gets stuck in the mud on defense here. We make it sound so simple in the booth, but scoring with triple zeros on the game clock, far from a simple task. Once again, the RPO to Evans. Got some blockers downfield as well. Going to be enough to move the chains. First down on the first play from scrimmage or Post University. Out comes the chew clock, looking to force some timeouts from his opponent. Get us all the way to the 2-minute warning. He can do just that here. No secrets from MunDayne here. What the name of the game is, looking to force these timeouts from his opponent. Though it does look like we just turned off chew clock, just trying to get to the 2-minute timeout. Remind his opponent, don't forget about these 3 timeouts in your back pocket. Looking to force his opponent's hand so he can start thinking about scoring with triple zeros on the game clock. Dropping back to pass. It's the running back Irving with the reception. 8 yards as he was looking to curl upfield. 2 short of the marker. 2nd down and short for Post University here. One in the backfield. Audible on defense. And that is going to be a flag on the play. And it's on Post University. MunDayne can't believe it. I'm not too sure what the call was. Might have been a false start. It's going to be a 5-yard penalty. That'll be 2nd and 7 now for Post University. A little more breathing room for this Concord Esports defense following the flag on the play. Loaded box as well. 4 linemen. Looks like 3 middle linebackers. Getting active in the box, looking to jam up any short routes. And it looks like MunDayne's going to have a lane to run through. The lineman able to collapse the lane. Would have been a huge problem for this secondary to get out there. Had everybody on the left side of the field. The lineman really saving the possession there for Concord Esports, and only a 2-yard gain on the scramble. Like both players really eyeing the parted seas at the same time. So they were able to use the lineman to get back in the play, get hands on the quarterback. Now 3rd and medium for MunDayne, who's able to find the big fella now rolling down the field. 888. Rolling down the left sideline. Takes 3 members of the secondary to bring the big fella down. And now MunDayne in that driver's seat scoring position. Still no timeouts coming out from his opponent. His opponent's not going to call these timeouts. MunDayne, the game clock firmly in his hands here with about a minute left to play. MunDayne looking to make his opponent feel it the old-fashioned way. Gonna bring it down to 12. Bring it down to Irving. First man. Almost a horse collar kind of tackle there. Throws him forward up to 2nd and 3 now at the 12-yard line. Still no timeouts emerging from Concord Esports. Looks like they're settling for a stop. Not trying to hedge their bets and get this football back with any time remaining. It's RPO to Godwin Jr. to the right side. I mean, first and goal from the 1 with the clock stopped. This is just about as close to scoring with triple zeros as you can help it. You can live with a field goal because you can get imminent possession and still get a multi-possession lead. Just don't want to leave enough time on the game clock to make a touchdown drive possible. It looks like that's what Concord Esports was saving their 3 timeouts for. A touchdown for Post University, able to jump out to a 21-14 lead. MunDayne well aware that he is not quite out of the woods yet. Still 24 seconds of defense to be played. 3 timeouts apiece. MunDayne able to lock in. If he can hold his opponent to a field goal, he'll have tremendous momentum going into halftime. He'll have an opportunity to open up a multi-possession lead, really look to blow this game wide open through the offense. We know how strong the offensive players, we know how strong the offenses are in these games, so just having that extra edge on the possession battle is so crucial. Esports looking to curl it in at the 20-yard line, not going to get much further, starting at the 21. Large drop for the secondary and a lot of deep routes. This one's going to be dangerous. Hauled in just underneath the secondary. MunDayne can't believe it. Again, 9 out of 10 on the positioning, but he's over the top of Booty, so he's not able to make a play on the football, and he's able to haul it in. And that first timeout called for Concord Esports as they're able to get to about midfield. MunDayne able to save a play with hands on the quarterback. We saw one red jersey guarding 2 white jerseys. That was dangerous. It could have been dangerous, even if they were converging both in the end zone. Instead, it'll be 8 seconds now for Concord Esports. It's Hail Mary season. No secret on where this football's trying to go. And Concord Esports already in field goal range. Realistically, going to have one more play on this drive. We might see the field goal unit come out. No, it's going to be one more. Realistically, one more play from scrimmage. No secret where this football's got to go. Got to beware of yards after the catch. Still just as dangerous as giving up the moon ball into the end zone here on 1st and 10 from the 24. Dane guarding short, daring him to beat him, throwing it right at the defense. MunDayne able to bat it down 21-14. I mean, looking at the camera like he's on The Office. Can't believe they dared him to make a play on the football. Bat down. It's going to be good enough here as Post University primed to take a multi-possession lead. Again, the pressure on MunDayne, we don't want to say it's completely off, but we can start playing the field goal game. A second win for his defense. Whereas Concord Esports are still looking for their first win on the defensive side of the football. MunDayne with a chance to take control, take the reins of this game 1 on this possession here. Dropping back to pass to Irving, running back in the backfield, one-on-one play. They're able to get the better of the user from Concord Esports. The CPUs have Concord Esports' back, brings him down just past the marker. Once again to Irving. Back only good for 2 yards from scrimmage there. See this MunDayne not resting on his laurels. Still wealth of adjustments from the line of scrimmage. Dangerous ball hit as he throws, so it's short. Could have been a problem with 2 defenders in the airspace. MunDayne's going to settle for the incompletion there. 3rd and long now for Post University. Some sputtering on offense. You wonder if MunDayne will play conservative. He'd give the ball up at about midfield, or if we have 4 down territory already here in the second half. MunDayne not going to have to worry about that. However, the pass to Evans leaping over the first defender in the secondary, brought down at the 24. Post University, the offense sputtering for just a little bit. MunDayne's got the engine roaring once again for the Eagles here at the 24. Once again, looking at that RPO, this time Nuegbuka on the left sideline. Brought down, nice 7-yard gain. You do see slowly but surely, we do see his opponent Concord Esports slowly bringing more members of the secondary to the line of scrimmage on these plays. Might be slowly adjusting. We saw that in yesterday's matchup. Defensive adjustments can create such a huge difference from game 1 to game 2. So far, MunDayne is still able to do work with the big fella, powering through the entirety of the secondary en route to the touchdown. Post University open up their multi-score lead, the largest here in game 1. Will be 28-14 following the PAT. Kick is up and the kick is good. MunDayne now firmly in the driver's seat. A couple more wins from the defensive side of the football, and we could start chatting about MunDayne in game 2 of this best of 3. The target zone and out of bounds. Concord Esports going to start at the 20-yard line. One in the backfield. Hit as he makes the throw, incomplete. MunDayne's defense doing an excellent job. You don't have to guard every single blade of grass. You just got to guard for long enough for hands on the quarterback. Feels like MunDayne's been able to get that repeatedly here throughout this first game, and this time, nearly had a sack. Once again, hit as he makes the throw, incomplete once more. And it does appear to see Concord Esports feeling the pressure, understanding the game clock, the limited time they have left to overcome this multi-score deficit might be shrinking the playbook. We're seeing more and more deep shots downfield. It's buying more and more time for Post University to get at the quarterback. See, this time, MunDayne taking no chances. Dropping the linebacker, worried about these deep shots downfield. Gonna leave the check down for Concord Esports. The running back, Henderson, out of the backfield for the first. Two in the backfield this time for Concord Esports. Looking for a screen pass here. Have a couple of blockers at the second level. Still being brought down short of the marker at 2nd and inches for Concord Esports there following the screen pass. Screen pass is so difficult to get right. Even that instance, they had some blockers downfield, but Post University still able to get hands on the quarterback, and that is going to be an automatic first down following the penalty flag there. MunDayne getting a little too antsy at the line of scrimmage. Not allowed to exactly touch those opposing linemen pre-snap, and it'll be 1st and 10 from the 44 for Concord Esports here. Going to the outside, Henderson. Pass is hauled in, but it's a gain of 0. One in the backfield, and man, everything looking good in the secondary. MunDayne's got his interception. Brought down at the 11-yard line. MunDayne's been so close to making plays on the football back there in the secondary. Finally comes up with his takeaway here in the 3rd quarter. Feels like it's been a long time coming. It's been so close to those here in game 1. Now the run to Irving, looking to turn the corner. Shrugged off one defender. The second one gonna bring him down. Now 2nd and 14, brought back to the 7. Still looking to get out of the shadow of his own end zone following the interception. Coming back to pass, has a nice looking pocket out to Irving. 3rd and short, gonna buy some space. Don't exactly have to worry about the safety any longer. Still got to look for 4 more yards to keep this offense rolling. Play fake out to the big fella. Just enough, about 5 yards to get up to the 23. 1st and 10 now for Post University. Believe we saw that 2 clock signal come on. Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen. Speed running to 10 seconds left on the play clock. MunDayne looking to get us out of here in a hurry with this multi-score lead. Just start matriculating up this field. Don't exactly need to flip the field in a play here if you're MunDayne. Just keep getting first downs. Keep this game clock rolling along. MunDayne with a chance to get us already into the 4th quarter following this play. Dropping back to pass, and it's Irving out of the backfield. Just don't want to get thrown out of bounds. Hesitation move on the mano a mano. Looks like he does get shoved out of bounds there. So play clock is going to stop, but MunDayne able to move the chains. Keep this offense rolling. Recognizing he had the one-on-one user on user. And let the stick work talk. And never mind, the play clock was still rolling. Thought he got shoved out of bounds, but here we are in the 4th quarter of play. Everybody getting blinded by the white lights of the transition screen there. Now 5 minutes between MunDayne and this game 1 victory. MunDayne continuing with that 2 clock here. Fun will really start once we hit the 2-minute warning and Concord Esports forced to weigh every single second with the 3 timeouts they have at their disposal. Rolling out to the right side of the field, not looking to risk anything. Gonna just throw it away. We have 3rd down and short now for Post University. 3rd and medium, 3rd and 5 for Post University here. Be looking to go back to the well. Is the defense ready, willing, and able? They don't think they spot the screen pass early enough. Oh my goodness, Egbuka looking to jump over the defender, caught a hit stick and gave up the football. Ball is knocked loose. That's the risk when you run, if you catch the hit stick as you're pulling off any of these fancy juke moves, you have a chance to do just that. Caught a body in the air and gave up the football. Now MunDayne looking to play some defense. Penalty on this Concord Esports side, and they'll be starting at the 41. It's 1st and 15 for them following the fumble recovery. Offense going to get jump started. It's incomplete. Didn't look like it'd be a large gain anyhow, but the check down is dropped. Conservative offense out of Concord Esports when they're down 2 scores here in the 4th quarter. Just looking for anything to get some rhythm going here for Drake May under center. Dropping back to pass once more. Members of the secondary all over the place. MunDayne was all over that one as well. Another one of these hiccups in the secondary. Not able to make a play on the football. Able to bother the defender, bring him down, but he does haul it in. It's a 1-yard gain. MunDayne's probably going to take that one to the bank. 3rd and long still for Concord Esports if they want to keep this offense out on the field. Certainly 4 down territory for the Concord Esports Mountain Lions. Dropping back to pass, hands on the quarterback, hit as he throws, rifles it to the defense, and MunDayne his 2nd interception of the contest. That should spell all she wrote here in game 2. That should be the dagger. A late game turnover. Usually being hit as you throw is preferable to a sack. That's just about the only risk you run when you catch those. Another one right there. Ball gets lobbed up into the air. No one on the defensive side able to take advantage. That has spelled problems for MunDayne before. But again, those are pretty much, we talked about it before. Longtime viewers will remember those are pretty much impossible to predict or scheme against, essentially. When that ball gets lobbed up into the air like that, gotta charge it to the game, as tilting as getting a turnover on that play could be. RPO, you send everybody to the left side of the field. The run game could become a problem. That time able to bottle up both sides of the double-edged blade there. Just a 1-yard gain on 2nd down. Audibles from both sides of the field here. Dropping back to pass once more. Hit as he makes the throw, and that'll be 4th down. Turnover on downs coming up here for Post University, although MunDayne not afraid, not looking to play conservative, even with this multi-score lead at the end of the contest. The offense looks to stay out on the field. I believe this will be the first fourth down conversion MunDayne's needed. The offense has been white hot for Post University, so they haven't needed to operate a 4-down offense at all. Be the first time on fourth down, not gonna have a chance. Shut down behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a turnover on downs. So they come away with the interception, but it's just a brief intermission. Concord Esports back out on the field, still ahead of the 2-minute warning here in game 1. Rolling out to his right, trying to buy some time for these deep routes downfield, but nobody's open. This is going to be dangerous. MunDayne, once again, over the top of the defense, especially when it's the tight end Henry. When you're over the top like that, going to be hard to make a play on the football. It's been so close, but once again, gives up another gash downfield. Concord Esports jump starting their offense now, 1st and 10 from the 13. Looking for a chance to score ahead of the 2-minute warning. Not going to do so that time on first. Concord voluntarily taking us to the 2-minute timeout. Interesting decision from them. Maybe trying to draw MunDayne off sides. They know at this point that he's been itching at the line of scrimmage. Already caught a couple of penalty yards courtesy of MunDayne earlier on in this contest. MunDayne still staying locked in. Quick reception to Booty from the line of scrimmage. Brought in for the touchdown. MunDayne not out of the woods just yet. Only a 1-score game now, sub 2 minutes. A couple of first downs are going to be required here for MunDayne to punch his ticket into game 2 with a win. And a 2-point conversion coming out from Concord Esports. Interesting decision. The next touchdown would give them the lead. A 2-point conversion here, even if they come up empty, means they'll have another shot at a 2-point conversion if they score again. But even if they get it, it'll just be a 6-point lead. They're going to need 2 touchdowns regardless. Again, interesting strategy out of Concord Esports. They recognize they need 2 touchdowns regardless. Looking to go boom or bust on the 2-point conversion, and they come up empty. They're going to need to score another touchdown and confirm the 2-point conversion the next time around. MunDayne able to hold on to an 8-point lead. No secret about what's the name of the game here now. It's onside kick o'clock. Ball is high pointed. Hands team able to come away with it. Brought down at the 47. Barring fumble recovery shenanigans, MunDayne firmly in the driver's seat here. Again, a couple first downs, and this game will be all she wrote. One in the backfield for Post University Esports here. Do not want to give up a late turnover, possession, catch. Get your hands off of the juke moves. Just dive in. Take the yards from scrimmage. No chew clock on for MunDayne, but also no timeout called from Concord Esports. Both sides. Bit of a staring contest here. MunDayne not going to do chew clock the old-fashioned way. Instead, the ball right back to Irving. Able to move the chains. And again, still no chew clock, still no timeouts from Concord Esports. We are certainly at the chew clock manually point in the game. Mathematically, if Concord Esports are not going to call any timeouts, we can call victory formation right now. MunDayne understanding that. Doing chew clock the old-fashioned way. Let your opponent feel every single second of the ticking clock. Ball is snapped to Irving. Going to be about a 5-yard gain. Still running around with it. Gets bounced back. And what started as a 5-yard gain is 2nd and 10 from the 34. Being shoved backwards. And out comes that chew clock for MunDayne. The first of Concord Esports' timeouts following that first win on defense. on this drive. Again, MunDayne in search of a first down. Resetting down in distance will spell GG's on the contest. Shoves off the first defender. Rest of the defense comes to the rescue. It'll be 3rd and 10. The second of Concord Esports' timeouts is called there. Don't need to reset down in distance, and that'll be the cue for MunDayne to look to do some damage through the air here. One in the backfield for Post University. Take Buka from the left sideline on the drag route, able to move the chains. MunDayne rubbing his hands together. Knows exactly what that first down means. Just about spells GG's. MunDayne can't take us to 000s here. But as long, barring pick 6 calamity, game 1 for Post University here. Ball is finally snapped. MunDayne can just chill at the line of scrimmage. Scramble eventually with Baker Mayfield. It is an illegal forward pass. Threw it in front of the line of scrimmage, but that's 000s on the game clock. Ladies and gentlemen, 28-20. Your final score of game 1. MunDayne with a chance for a clean sweep into round 2. When we return, ladies and gentlemen, brief intermission. Be back with game 2 in just a moment. Don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. MunDayne looking to book his ticket into top 8 into week 2 of the ECAC Madden 26 postseason here in the fall semester. Denver versus Baltimore. You still have the scoreboard perfectly lined up. Thank goodness for that. And once again, it is going to be the pressure. Honestly, the pressure to convert on this opening possession going to be immense for Concord Esports. Their inability to do so in game 1, the crux of how MunDayne was able to bust the game wide open with that imminent possession in the second half. So certainly going to be feeling the pressure to convert early, even if it is just a field goal. As we are going to go to the BRB screen. I don't want to leak at least the substitutions, although we did just accidentally show like half of them, but MunDayne looking to take his first defensive snap. It's a run on 1st and 10. Nice 7-yard gain for Harvey, the running back. Unfortunately, continue to leak all of MunDayne's substitutions. We try to run a no leak stream here, ladies and gentlemen. MunDayne looking to run a no leaks defense. Already gave up 7 yards. Still holding steadfast on this first down. Dangerous 50-50 ball. There's MunDayne able to make the play in the secondary. He's been trying to make the whole game. Finally, contact on the receiver as he goes up for the jump ball. I feel like MunDayne's been looking for that whole contest. Finally gets the incompletion there. 3rd and short now for Concord Esports. Wealth of drag routes bottled up, able to find the throwing lane to Franklin, now rolling down the right sideline, a foot race to the end zone, but nobody's catching that, man. Touchdown. Concord Esports, so close. Looked like the drag routes were all bottled up. But just as the throw was made, the seas parted in the secondary for just a moment. We might see it here on the replay. Replay's not going to do it justice, but we saw it on the camera there. So close. Multiple purple jerseys in the airspace. None of them able to come up with the ball. Threading the needle there as Concord Esports come out in the field goal unit. Got to come out in that conventional defense. Never know when a fake field goal is in the back pocket. MunDayne taking no chances. But Concord Esports already a different vibe here in game 2 as they come away with the opening score. Not really a series until somebody starts getting a win on the defensive side of the ball. Be Concord Esports' turn to do just that here as MunDayne looks to take possession. Kick is up nearly immediately out of bounds, just outside of the target zone. So MunDayne will start at the 35. MunDayne now first trip from scrimmage on the offensive side. It's a handoff to Henry, able to stiff arm past one, powered through the rest of the secondary, or being brought down at the 47. They gotta stay locked in. Can't let the tired eyes of an 11 p.m. game time get away from you. Staying locked in, leaning forward in the chair, rifling one upfield. Another first down, getting all the way to the opponent's 27 off of the RPO. Dropping back to pass, looking for Henry. Diving tackle, stick work to get past the first set of defenders. Get a couple of extra yards. 2nd and 2 now for Post University. Both of audibles from the line of scrimmage. Looks like man coverage with how that defender's shifting. MunDayne may be able to spot that weakness in the defense and take advantage for the opening score. Post University got us back up. All tied up here at 7 apiece following the quick drive from MunDayne. Both offenses starting off pretty hot in this one. It's all tied up at 7 apiece. Still over 3 minutes left to play in the first. Just inside the target zone and out. So Concord Esports starting way back at their own 20. Just one in the backfield. Tight formation. Going out to the wide receiver on the left side of the field. Looked like some bubble screen shenanigans on the left side. MunDayne able to bother it, and it's incomplete. Play fake, quick pass to Ingram from the line of scrimmage, the tight end there. Maybe trying to get the big fella rolling early, shut down before he could really get that speed, and it's a loss of 1 there. 3rd and 11 now for Concord Esports. Maybe looking to return to the well. We have a one-on-one deep shot downfield. MunDayne's going to be all over it. It's a user interception. MunDayne able to get underneath the defender. The ball underthrown just where MunDayne can put his hands on it. Looking to take the lead here following the takeaway. Starting out at about midfield. MunDayne coming away with the first defensive win of the contest. One in the backfield. Nice bunch formation here for MunDayne on 1st and 10. Able to find Hopkins on the left side. Nice 7-yard reception up to the 36. Not enough to move the chains, but certainly enough to stay ahead of the sticks here on offense. Trips formation on that left side. Dropping back to pass. Hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. Like he had a man open just over the top of that defender. Same one who got hands on the quarterback and forced the ball out of his hands. Dropping back to pass. It's Henry with the burst of speed. Maybe a little early on the hurdle. Doesn't get burned for it. Little jumping for joy en route to the 23-yard line. Drop back to pass once more. Multiple defenders trying to get hands on the quarterback. Nice vision from MunDayne. A spot just as the walls were collapsing around him. The open man for the touchdown. Post University jump out in front. Got the whole team celebrating there. How can you blame him? Look at that. The wherewithal. Everybody. All sorts of white jerseys surrounding Lamar Jackson under center. Rifles one through the contact for 6. You see some players, they see the line of scrimmage collapsing. They take that as the signal to get the bag work, the stick work going out. Scrambling for something. MunDayne understanding he had just enough time to rifle one in for the score. MunDayne walking the walk and talking the talk. The turnover and the touchdown to really flip this game on its head. With about 2 minutes left to play here in the first. Already looking to be a higher scoring affair than game 1, which is usually so rare. You get to see that in the postseason, where these second set of matches where these game 2s were lower scoring than this game 1s. But already on pace for just that here in game 2. MunDayne once again able to get hands on these short out routes, these little bubble screens, these quick check downs. And that one's knocked incomplete. MunDayne's done an excellent job of just keeping everything in front of him. Yet to see him get beat over the top here in this contest. That one, we are going to get hands on the receiver. Not before he gashes Post University for 9. 3rd and short now for Post University. MunDayne just 1 yard of grass between Concord Esports and the marker here. We're looking to catch MunDayne off sides before rifling it to the running back out of the backfield. Past the line of scrimmage, not too much further, down at the 42. Stacked line of scrimmage here. Everybody at the line of scrimmage. Might see some of the middle linebackers drop back. Those 2 defenders at the top are certainly going to be dropping back to defend the deep ball. One of them stays towards the middle of the field. 50-50 ball down the left sideline, and that's MunDayne's music. Another takeaway. Do not isolate that man on the right side of the field, on any side of the field. Concord Esports thought they had a weak link in the chain. They attacked it repeatedly. Those one-on-one islands in game 1. That's certainly been a point of emphasis for MunDayne in game 2. You cannot, these 50-50 balls are anything but for MunDayne here in game 2. 2 interceptions on those one-on-one matchups. MunDayne now with a chance to really take the reins on this game. Multi-score possession, and again, imminent possession in the third quarter. But MunDayne already in nice scoring and field goal position. We're not even in the second quarter yet. MunDayne looking good early on in this one. Back to pass once more. Now looking to use his legs. Too little, too late, and it's a loss of 5 on the sack. Quick 3-step drop back right to Flowers. Spotted the numbers advantage there. Had one free safety on that left sideline to guard 2 routes. Not the defensive numbers you want to see if you're Concord Esports, and MunDayne able to take advantage of that immediately. That'll take us at long. It's been a long 5 minutes here in the first quarter. MunDayne jumping out to a 14-7 lead off the back of 2 defensive takeaways. Concord Esports struck first, but right now it's MunDayne continuing to strike back as we approach the start of the second quarter. Drop back here to Bateman. Spin move. He had the user defender jumping out of his shoes. The CPU able to bottle it up for 6. Could have been one for the highlight reel. Instead, it'll be second and medium for Post University. Drop back to pass. Right in the breadbasket. Right in between. Just where none of those 3 defenders in the airspace can really make an impact on the play to move the chains. Now 1st and 10. Firmly in the red zone here for MunDayne, looking to, again, blow this game wide open with this multi-touchdown lead. Dangerous ball just ahead of the secondary. MunDayne hands over his mouth. He can't believe it. Might have gotten away with that one. You'll take it all the way to the bank and hopefully all the way to the touchdown now. 3 yards between Post University and 3rd touchdown of the contest. Be looking to go back to the well, and once again Concord Esports not able to spot it, able to waltz into the end zone uncovered, untouched for the score. MunDayne's been able to repeatedly scheme the numbers advantage on that left side of the field. It's a 21-7 lead, the largest lead of the contest. MunDayne didn't get this kind of lead until the second half. Could have a blowout on our hands here if MunDayne continues this two-way prowess he's got on display here. Gonna force MunDayne can't believe it. I was gonna say he's gonna force his opponent inside the 20, but somehow that's outside the target zone, and his opponent will get a head start out at the 35. Bringing the free safety, Hamilton, up close and personal at the line of scrimmage. Now one-on-one, and that's all MunDayne from the snap of the football to the user interception, bringing out the do-it-yourself kit. Mano-y-mano. It looked like his opponent spotted the user that MunDayne was controlling himself, dared him to make a play on the football, and happily obliged. 3rd interception of the contest now in the second quarter. Direct snap to Lamar Jackson. The speed edge, not going to get past the line of scrimmage there. Not much further, just a 4-yard gain. Now dropping back to pass. Might be looking to take advantage of that speed edge once more. User getting past the user defenders like a knife through butter. Gonna get him up to the 25-yard line now in this one. MunDayne certainly rolling. Definitely not wave the white flag, start bringing in backups level of game over. But MunDayne is on fire right now on both sides of the ball. Chew clock is coming out for Post University. MunDayne taking the scenic route to the line of scrimmage, so it was a bit harder to tell than normal. Dangerous ball, could have been knocked incomplete. It does look like Concord Esports is eyeing those drag routes. They're doing that same concept. You bring the middle linebacker in, act like he's an extra man going after the quarterback. almost like it's a fake or a hedge to bait the quarterback into throwing those drag routes over the middle. That time, MunDayne able to get away with it, but another stop for Concord Esports, and now 3rd and long for Post University. Motioning some receivers around. We got the tight end Andrews out in open space, and that's the target on this play, the diving catch to keep Post University ahead of the sticks. Andrews been a big part of this offense. The big touchdown catch that got Post University this 21-7 lead, and there the diving reception from the big fella, the agility from the big man. Keep this offense rolling. Now we've hit the 2-minute warning. Still 3 timeouts apiece late in the first half. Motion behind the line of scrimmage, and who else but Andrews, toe tap into the end zone, touchdown. Post University. MunDayne continuing to operate like a hot knife through butter. Can do no wrong on the offensive side of the ball. The kick is up and it is good. Matches his score in game 1 in the first half. Again, an incredible rarity. Usually these mid-game adjustments going to result in a lower score, especially when you're moving down to your second preferred team after a win. There's so much is stacked against you to have a stronger game 2 than a game 1, but MunDayne is making it happen. Gonna shove back the kick returner to the 26. There, multiple defenders shoving that man down. 1st and 10 now from just past the perfect touchback distance. Dangerous football. MunDayne's got his hands all over it. Gonna get knocked out of bounds. Look like 4 hands there. The receiver and the cornerback linking up for the incompletion. Time run on 1st down. Gonna be a gain of 0. Thought we might have had a TFL on our hands, but Post University still looking good. 0 yards gained on this drive for Concord Esports. Drop back to pass once more. Now looking to scramble with Nix. That is certainly an illegal forward pass. So I don't think Post University is going to have to worry about that. The flag was called. There's the illegal forward pass call. Of course, Post University is going to accept that. Almost the only way that pass gets through is because it was thrown ahead of the line of scrimmage. And that's going to bring out the punting unit. Wow. I'm amazed to see the punting unit come out so early in this one. I mean, still a lot of Madden 26 to be played here in game 2. But you got all 3 timeouts. There's only 1:23 left. You're already facing the possession deficit. And maybe Coach Sandwich is in their ear because they're going to call a timeout, get the punting unit off the field, and put the quarterback, Bo Nix, out there. Going to take one more shot. 4th and 14 following the illegal forward pass. A bit of a commentator's curse as they reverse the decision for the punt on 4th down here. One more stop for the turnover on downs. Going to give Post University tremendous field position. Continues to roll right, but just enough time for the reception there to flip the field. And Concord Esports said no problem. They gave up an interception earlier, but on that play from scrimmage, they're staring down the one-on-one matchup. They're recognizing who MunDayne is using, and that's who they're choosing to attack out there in the secondary. Play from scrimmage. No time to throw. Immediate sack. It's a loss of 10. 2nd and humongous now, following the successful gutsy call to go for it on 4th and long. Dropping back to pass once more. Going after the check down. Another sack. 3rd and humongous for Post University. And out comes the first timeout for Post University. Looking to put more points on the board as we approach halftime. Maybe get out of here in a hurry. In this game before we see 0-0s in the 4th quarter. Dropping back to pass once more. Need deep shot magic. Only problem is you're rifling it right to the defense. Another interception for MunDayne in this Ravens defense. The Eagles, Post University's on fire right now on both sides of the ball. Can do no wrong. 2 consecutive sacks and then the interception. Looking to put even more points on the board. 4 turnovers and a half. A collapse from Concord Esports here in game 2. Almost no other way to describe it after how close they played game 1. Henry on the Texas route out of the backfield, just enough to move the chains. Henry still in the backfield. Could be another option. No, it's Hopkins leaping through the air for the reception into the end zone for the touchdown. MunDayne continuing to pile on the points. He's starting with the football in the 3rd quarter, by the way. This game could get ugly for Concord Esports. Up 35-7. Comebacks like these are not impossible, but win probability approaching 99% for MunDayne here. Surely multiple scores in their favor, and again 30 seconds for any sort of response from Concord Esports, as Post University is going to have the football to start the 3rd. Now running with that lead blocker, gonna get nice space, get him ahead of the touchback out at the 41. Still 2 timeouts apiece with 22 seconds left. If anything gets ugly on either side of the ball in either direction, could see both of these be used either to get possession back, or an interception will get possession back as well. MunDayne continuing to do literally no wrong. Concord Esports, they're certainly in desperation mode. They tried to force a 50-50. They got a couple wins on it in game 1. MunDayne maybe let them build some bad habits in game 1 and have been burning them for thinking they can do the same thing in game 2. MunDayne surprised by the prevent 3 look. I believe we saw a raised eyebrow there as he drops back to pass, looking to attack these gaps in the deep zones. Had a chance, just no time to deliver the throw. It'll be 2nd and 10. Back to pass once more, and again the numbers advantage on that side of the field. A chance to curl upfield, shrugging off defenders, and MunDayne finds a way to beat the prevent man 3 deep defense for the touchdown. Oh my goodness, we've seen folks beat prevent looks for a field goal. MunDayne taking it all the way to the house, 41-7. MunDayne can do no wrong here in game 2 of his first matchup of the postseason. Coming out scorching hot here in this one. (42-7) as we approach halftime. Still 2 more quarters of play left, but this game might already be over. We might already have to start thinking about how MunDayne's going to continue this electric run in next week's matchup. He'll have 2 games of Madden 26, just as we did tonight. Next week, 2 matches tonight, 2 the next. If he gets all the way to grands or the 3rd place game, it'll just be the 1. Will be a best of 5 though. So of course a lot of the mountain left to climb, but MunDayne in prime position to move on to the next round here. Up humongous here in the 3rd. And drop back to pass. Dangerous ball, overthrew it. Members of the secondary not quite ready for that heat. Ready for the mustard on that hot dog, and it's incomplete. Drop back to the big fella Andrews. If Chew Clock is not on for Post University, and it doesn't look like it is, well, we won't see it now after the hurry up. Does look like MunDayne's in no rush to really start turning up the heat here. Once again, gap to Hopkins right in the bread bat. Oh my goodness, the ball is loose. Strip tackle on Hopkins, and it's a turnover. Gonna get the offense started for Concord Esports at the 6-yard line. And once again, able to bother those quick routes. That is the advantage of having all your members of the secondary so pressed up to the line of scrimmage. Guess a small clarification, just grand finals and the third place game are best of 5. So top 8 and top 4, both of the matches next week are best of 3s. If you get all the way to that last week is when it's best of 5 o'clock. And Concord Esports incomplete once again, bothering these shorter routes. And continuing to be a problem on both sides of the ball. Motioning out some wide receivers on that right side of the field. Drop back to pass, deep drop back, and there's the gap in the secondary. Concord Esports were looking for. The window closes just a little too late between the secondary and the cornerback, and Concord Esports take it all the way to the house. It's a touchdown, the second of the contest for the Mountain Lions. Their first came on a very similar play concept where the cornerback and the safety just closed that window a couple seconds too late. So it's taken perfect timing from Concord Esports to get their 2 touchdowns on the board. MunDayne still firmly in the driver's seat here in this one. Was a quick score following the fumble recovery. Surely, as long as we don't have any equally surprising fumble recovery shenanigans, MunDayne should be in a good spot. Hesitation on the kickoff return before running it up to the 29. Bunched up look on the RPO, and it's rifled to the defense. Middle linebacker lying in wait, and MunDayne understanding what's occurring here. The calamitous collapse certainly not occurring right now, but signs of cracks in the perfect two-way play are certainly appearing. Fumble recovery leads to a touchdown, and now the interception gonna jumpstart this offense for Concord Esports. First and goal from the 5, dropping back to pass, but it's a sack. Drop back, loss of 8. Second and goal now from the 13. Nice win for the defense to calm things down, get things back on schedule for Post University. Play fake once more. Everything looks bottled up, and that's not where you want to throw the football. Not at Kyle Hamilton. Certainly the #1 option on defense in terms of who you want making plays on the football like that. MunDayne able to calm things down following the interception. Gives one up, takes one right back. And they retain, the Eagles able to restore possession of the football there. Six turnovers to 2. We saw the 2 clock come on. We saw everybody pointing at the camera. That's certainly, we're shifting into that second phase of the game. Much less worried now about piling on as many points as we possibly can. Are just looking to matriculate upfield, accumulate as many first downs on this drive as humanly possible. You see the possession catch to do just that. Normally you want to take a sip of the yak. You want as many yards after the catch as you can help if you're on offense. Make it easier on your quarterback. But now the opposite is certainly true here. You can get first downs in almost 10-yard increments. That's exactly what you want. And that's exactly what MunDayne's doing right now. Textbook clock management offense here. Drop back to pass off the RPO to Bateman. Again, don't want any yards after the catch shenanigans. Last time we had somebody taking yards after the catch, Hopkins. That was how we gave up that fumble recovery at the start of the third, excuse me. And we're looking to power past one defender. Couldn't get through the second, just a 1 yard gain. And one more play from scrimmage and we'll be in the fourth quarter. Motioning the receiver out. Once again, this time it's Henry, the running back, right in the breadbasket. MunDayne's done an excellent job of spotting that gap in the zones, and he's attacked it repeatedly. Concord refused to adjust that zone coverage there. They're not dropping the safeties up. They're not dropping the middle linebacker back. They're continuing to give up that gap to be attacked relentlessly there. And 42-14, some shenanigans afoot in the third quarter, but barring catastrophe, MunDayne looking to get us out of here with a clean sweep in this round of 16 matchup. First play from scrimmage to start the fourth quarter. The football's knocked loose. It's happened again. Absolute insanity. Allen rolling down the right sideline. The big fella doesn't have the speed to get all the way to the end zone. MunDayne can't believe it. You almost can't scheme. Again, you can't really scheme giving up fumbles like that. Just got to charge it to the game. The defense has been good enough that these insane fumbles have not mattered yet. But that is the second one of the contest here for Concord Esports. Very interesting defensive wins for the Mountain Lions. Another win for Post University. The fourth sack of the contest. Usually sacks are so much rarer in Madden for the obvious reason that your quarterback has a third eye that can see from space and isn't really going to get surprised by linemen. So it's always good to see when you can get numerous sacks on the quarterback there. So I'm going to force a deep drop back. Franklin able to make the reception underneath the man defense there. Get the offense rolling for Concord Esports up to the 38. Drop back to pass once more as Knicks now looking to roll upfield. Had one blocker, ran right past him, and we blow up the quarterback for a potential fumble recovery. The ball's still bobbling about, and once again, the fumble giveth, the fumble taketh away. Post University cough up the football. They're able to force it right back into their hands. 7 turnovers to 3. Absurd turnover battle here, ladies and gentlemen. 42-14. Everybody's trading the football back and forth. Neither team particularly interested in holding on to it for very long with how quickly the offenses have been moving. Just how many times folks have been coughing up the football. Of course, a world of difference between 7 turnovers and 3, and you can see that in the rushing and passing yards on the bottom of your screen there. Ooh, there's the flag. Gonna be offensive pass interference for sure, or defensive pass interference, excuse me, for sure. With that contact out in the middle of the field. Referee's going to call that one and get Post University out to midfield. Coming back to pass is MunDayne. Mano-a-mano hesitation move from Henry. Oh my goodness. Did we see a second of the celebration of the taunting emote? We might have, but clever stick work from MunDayne. Spotted the one-on-one matchup, and that's where you get into your bag, forcing the defender to miss and moving the chains. Back to pass once more. It's the big fella Andrews with a step on his defender, brought down at the 8-yard line. And at this point, the only question is, how high is the final score going to be? MunDayne gonna take us to the 2-minute warning here. Not even looking at his screen. No secrets about what we're doing here. Down at the 2-minute warning. 1st and goal from the 8. Still too many timeouts to just sit on your laurels here and bust out victory formation. But this game just about wrapped up here. Quarterback keeper for Jackson has a window. Runs right up the gut. Brought down 2 yards short of the end zone. digital high fives all around the virtual Baltimore Ravens sideline. A tremendous offensive performance. 42 points in the playoffs. Nothing to scoff at. Not going to be 49 points following the interception, the fourth of the contest. So MunDayne, not exactly a clean sweep, a clean sheet. That's his fourth turnover of the contest. Two fumbles, 2 interceptions. Every flavor of turnover here. But he's continued to have a strong defense. Commentators curse as MunDayne finally gets beat over the top for the touchdown. Hasn't occurred one time all game. Finally happens here at the end. In essentially garbage time late in this one. You wonder how much you can attribute this to the mental fatigue. You know, both players kind of understand the game is over, for lack of a better word, with a minute left in the fourth. MunDayne certainly showing some cracks in the second half. No other way around that one. But it has been enough. He's still got a tremendous blowout win. This would be a penalty because it hasn't gone the necessary 10 yards. So MunDayne doesn't have to worry, although he does retain possession. But yeah, illegal touching. That onside kick has to go at least 10 yards before someone on the kicking team can get their hands on it. So this one just about done and dusted. Still no timeouts being called from Concord Esports, so you can't come out in victory formation until they call at least one to force the issue here and have the play clock tick down on third down. So the second Concord Esports calls that first timeout, we can bust out the champagne and MunDayne can start thinking about his matchups next week. So he'll have at least 2 of them if he can come out on top in his round of 8 matchup. And still no timeouts called from Concord Esports. They might just let this hit 0-0s the old-fashioned way, because at this point they would have wanted to call the timeout. This would really be their last chance to do it, because the 40-second play clock is going to force the issue, and there does go the first timeout for Concord. So the heat being turned up just a little bit, and now MunDayne with another first down can bookend this tremendous performance here in his opening round of the postseason. And there's the first down to Hopkins. Gonna look to get a little bit more. Commentators curse. Oh my goodness, the lateral back to Flowers. Brought in for the touchdown. Took the scenic route. But it looks like 49-21 is gonna be your final score here at the end of game 2. All roads, it seems, leading back to the end zone. Couldn't quite punch it in his last time on offense. Able to do so this time now. 49-21. Firmly outside the target zone. So Concord Esports looking for a bit of a moral victory here at the end of this one. Going to make this game just a bit closer if they can help it. Dropping back to pass, rolling out to his left, trying to buy time. Not exactly anyone open. It's Sutton underneath. That does flip the field out to the opposing 30. No, excuse me. He did not catch it underneath. He was forced out of bounds. Didn't get the 2 feet he needed. And it's an incompletion. It's 2nd and 10. Excuse me. Come back to pass once more, and that one is incomplete. Locked up. It does appear Concord Esports thought they could attack MunDayne Island following the wins they had in game 1. That was certainly part of the collapse they've had on offense. They have not been able to burn MunDayne in isolation coverage like they did in game 1. So that gap has been attacked repeatedly, and this will surely be the last play of the contest from scrimmage. 4 seconds left, not too much beyond this drop back here. Last play of the season for Concord Esports, looking to go boom or bust. They do have a man with a step on the offense. MunDayne getting beat over the top a lot in the 4th quarter, so certainly some notes to take away, brush up. We'll call this a B+ victory. It's a tremendous blowout, far from a clean sheet with the turnovers and some of the defensive lapses, but MunDayne comfortably gonna pass his test in the round of 16, move on to top 8. The quarterfinals and the semifinals await MunDayne next week following this 2-point conversion. Kudos to Concord Esports, who refused to go down doing anything but swinging for the fences here. Tremendous drop back, thrown cross body, hit as he makes the catch. That is GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Huge ups to MunDayne. Moving on to the round of 8. This is the bracket we started out with, folks. Not sure if we have an update. See if we don't get a preview. MunDayne's matchup here does look like their match is still going on. No, it will be USMV Gold moving on, a clean sweep. It'll be University of Mount St. Vincent awaiting post-university, awaiting MunDayne in the next round. The number 2 seed MunDayne moves on. Going to be facing USMV Gold next week. We should have that match. And just that match, Adonis did not move on from game 3. So MunDayne, the only post-university Eagle left standing for post-university, will have his match up here in Madden 26 in the ECAC next week. I have been Sandwich. We hope to see y'all then. Until then, we hope y'all have a great night. We hope y'all enjoyed the show.